The last thing that we got from, probably not the last thing, but another significant thing that we got from the backup of Jake's phone on that laptop was a picture of him holding a 1911. Let's see if I can get us there. Yep, went the wrong way again. So you see in the upper left-hand corner, there's a picture of the 1911 on carpet, which was consistent with the carpet inside of 260 Peterson. And then there's a later photo of him holding the weapon. You can see the tattoo. And down there's just a close-up of the tattoo around his finger. You can see it in that first picture, close up. Additionally, they were able to take prints from the photo and compare it to known prints of Jake Wagner and confirm that it was, in fact, his hand. Now, it was taken by his phone, so we assumed that anyhow, especially with all the other indications. But at that point, we believed we had the murder weapon, or at least one of the murder weapons, in Jake's hand. Another thing, another investigative tool that we did was monitoring their phone conversations, both in 2017 and in 2018, both summers. 2017 being when they first went to Alaska, 2018 being when they came back from Alaska. We also installed listening devices in the truck that Jake and George drove together. They worked for R&L, and they did tandem driving. So while one was sleeping, the other was driving, or at least that was the theory. That's not really how it works, because they often were awake at the same time. Also, I forgot to mention that we had done a search warrant on the Flying W shortly after we did a search warrant on Peterson Road and then the 41 that led us to State Route 41. There we found 2 bulletproof vests in possession of Billy Wagner, and numerous weapons, I want to say 14, but numerous weapons that were not in Billy's room. He had asked Robin to keep them in her room in the event of something like this, something like a search warrant. She did acknowledge to us that they were his weapons. But what we noticed most in the 2017 time that we were monitoring their conversations was that they were constantly reminding each other not to talk on the phones and not to say anything because they're probably listening to us, or wait until you get home so we can talk about it. So it was clear that they were trying to thwart any efforts of listening to them. One of the most significant things that we heard in 2017, however, was when we brought ground penetrating radar machines in there to try to look for any buried weapons or cell phones or anything, because I neglected to mention that they took a lot of the victims' cell phones when they committed these homicides. Not Frankie and not Hazel, but everybody else, they took their phones. And while we were out there and we were listening to their conversations, Jake was having conversations with the new homeowner, because they had sold the property at 260 Peterson Road, and the new homeowner, who was still the current owner, that was his first day of possession when we came out there. And so Jake was talking to him saying, basically you can kick them off if you want to. And but Angela was asking Jake which barn, because they could tell we were searching it, for metal. And she kept saying, which barn though, Jake, which barn? And it was very important to her, you could tell, to just, to learn which barn we were searching. So that was one conversation that was very telling, and made us also wonder what was so important about a barn. In 2018, I think we had much more success listening to the conversations, and you will get to hear some of these conversations or hear the content of these conversations. But I think that is because we had kind of laid low for the year that they were in Alaska, and they didn't realize we were still doing stuff, because we hadn't been interacting with them. And so when we first kind of tuned in, we got a more organic conversations. But it was right back to kind of the same MO, which was George and Angela were scolding Jake because Jake had married a girl in Alaska, Beth Ann. He married her, and then she traveled with them back to Ohio. They had stopped briefly to try to get a home in Missouri, but the loan people weren't going to approve that. So they came back to Ohio and moved into the residence of Angela's father, who had passed while they were in Alaska. And so she inherited that home, so it was, free room and board. So, but Beth Ann had come back with them, and George and Angela were very upset with Jake because Jake had told Sophia that she could call Beth Ann Mom. And the reason that upset them was because both Bullvine and Sophia considered Angela to be their mom, and that this was going to cause great confusion to Bullvine because he thinks Sophia is his sister and that Angela is their mom and all this stuff. And so, Jake was accused of being selfish and inconsiderate, etc. Beth Ann also gives us a very good insight to the dynamics of the Wagners. Again, just kind of confirming what we learned from Tabitha. I forgot to mention that Tabitha said that even the most intimate of affairs was discussed with Angela. They would have family meetings. They would take votes. That's something we learned from Beth Ann as well. But Tabitha would describe at night, Angela would sit on the bed with her and George and talk about what kind of intimate relations they were allowed to have and not allowed to have. Beth Ann would describe a similar situation when she was residing in the home, again, with Angela and George and the two children and Jake. They also started accusing Beth Ann of poisoning them with food. Sound familiar? Stealing. That was something else they accused Tabitha of. And when I say they, it's really mostly Angela accuses these girls and tells the boys about it, and the boys buy it and then unite against the female involved. She also then accused Beth Ann of sexually abusing Sophia. Now, Sophia would not repeat that to anybody else. Jake questioned her, and she denied it. But they confronted Beth Ann in the kitchen out at the Webster Road address, which was the last address we went to where there were two elderly women there. And you guys actually went into the house. So that's the home that the Wagners lived in when they came back from Alaska. And that Beth Ann lived with them. Again, Billy, both during the time at Peterson and the time at Webster, South Webster, lived at the Flying W with his mother. And he lived the first time at 260 Peterson because his father was ailing and he was helping to provide care. But when they got back from Ohio, because his father had passed, and again, noteworthy, they did not return for either one of their father's funerals while they were in Alaska. Despite the fact that I think Angela would tell you that Frederica offered her, I think, $1,000 a month. It might have been more if she let Billy stay and not go to Alaska. So clearly there was sufficient funds to get them back here if they wanted to come back here. So because of this, these accusations and this discontent that Angela had with Beth Ann being there and kind of disrupting the flow, there became this effort to get rid of her, right? And you will hear George say to Jake, "The family has spoken. We've decided that she needs to go. Okay, so again, just kind of that emphasis on that family structure and that family dynamic where very insular, both of the boys were homeschooled, they worked together, they, did almost everything together, drove truck together where they're literally together 24 hours a day for 5 days a week, that they'd be gone for 5 days. They confronted Beth Ann about the sexual abuse, and Sophia denied it, and Jake told her that if he ever found out she did it, he would beat her to death with a bat, and if he wasn't able to do it, then his mom would do it. If his mom couldn't do it, then George would do it. If George couldn't do it, then Billy would do it, and that would be the right thing to do. So in the bat, again, is another reference back to The Walking Dead, because it was a specific bat that was used in that show. You will hear George telling Jake that he should have gotten rid of the laptop that was confiscated in Montana. He will hear him telling Jake that he should have smashed his phone rather than give it up to BCI. You will hear George telling Jake that his honesty has gotten them into trouble their entire lives, that Jake is too honest. You will hear George mocking God. Jake is religious, believes in God, and at least during that time, George was very much mocking him for that. You will hear George threatening harm to the agents on the case, and you will hear him saying that it is a family emergency when Special Agent Scheider texts a picture of Jake holding the 1911. They're several states away from Ohio when they get this information, and upon receiving this, it's a family emergency, and they turn the vehicle around and go back. When they try to call off, their bosses say, well, can't the other person, continue on? And they said, no, this is a family emergency. It involves both of us. So you will hear that sort of stuff. And George scolding his mother and father because, according to him, they've always caved whenever they're charged with a crime instead of standing up for it. And, his opinion is you can't beat the charges unless you stand up to them. Again, you'll hear Beth Ann talk about, she actually wrote kind of a Dear Diary letter to her grandfather about who is deceased. So it's more of a journal, writing to herself, but she would write things and then throw them away. Well, you can't throw things away at the Wagner residence because they'll dig it out of the trash and they'll take a picture of it with a gloved hand and they'll send it to George. Angela sent it to George, again, just to kind of get the ball rolling on getting rid of Beth Ann and having George put the pressure on Jake. But she talks about, again, even the most private of all human doings are open for discussion and comment. So again, just that whole thing and how controlling Angela is and how all she has to say is that it's for the best interest of the young children. You will also hear George saying that he was putting both Bullvine and Sophia at risk by keeping Beth Ann in the home because he bought into the sexual abuse allegations, again, even though Sophia denied it, and said that if Beth Ann and Jake move out of the home, then Sophia can't go with them. She's staying with George because George will protect her and Jake won't. So again, you just kind of get those kind of family dynamics that it's all about protecting the children and kind of these wild accusations that then become, myth becomes legend, basically. The day that Jake and Beth Ann got married, he demanded to have all her passwords and social security number and everything else before they consummated the marriage. They installed a tracking device on her phone. Angela Wagner hired a private investigator to learn more about her. Jake tells her, don't have your family come around here. Don't even tell them where you live, because if they show up, I'd hate to have to kill somebody else. Or somebody, sorry, he did not say somebody else. But again, just kind of that, isolate the women, control them, monitor them, and then these accusations and threats. Simultaneously, we were presenting information to a grand jury. We had Rita Newcomb, which is Angela Wagner's mother, come down and give us a handwriting sample.
Hey guys, we are giving out a ton of
that Rita Newcomb was the notary republic, or the presumed notary public. Found out later that was not the case, that Angela had also forged her mother's name as the notary. But at that time, we did not yet know that. And we also got shoe sizes and impressions of Jake and Billy and George Wagner. How are we on time? Ooh. Okay, yeah. We're going to break for you right now, I think, if that's okay.
Council approach here just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we're due to the hour right now. It would be time to take a break, maybe a little past time. However, if we did just take our 15-minute break, then it's going to be pretty choppy between now and a lunch, or you're going to have to eat lunch at 4 o'clock. So we're going to take a lunch break now until 1 o'clock. You're all on your own for lunch. But you do need to time yourselves to be back here, I would say about 5 minutes early. Be down at the jury room on the first floor. You'll be brought up from there by some court personnel. You're going to hear me give you this admonition several times during the course of this trial. However, even if I neglect to do it, this admonition applies at each break. It applies each break, each recess, each day off, and when you're away from the courthouse in the evening between days of trial. The admonition is you are not to discuss this case with anyone. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You're not to do any research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law. You're not to view, listen to, or read any reports or accounts of this case from any source whatsoever, which would include but not be limited to the internet, Facebook, any social media sites, radio, television, or newspapers. You're not to have any contact with participants in the trial, and that would include, without limitation, of course, the attorneys, parties, or witnesses. And again, you'll be hearing that quite a bit during this trial, but even if I neglect to do it, it applies throughout the trial. Does counsel for either side have anything else that you wish to say at this point before we?
No, thank you.
All right. Then we are in lunch recess until 1 o'clock.
projectiles were found there at that scene as well. Steel jacketed, so indicating a heavier weight ammunition. So, okay, I just wanted to clear that up. Another thing that I should have mentioned, when we did the search warrant at 260 Peterson Road, we found a burnt up DVR camera surveillance system that they had purchased in 2016, on March 17th in 2016. They also purchased a 3-year warranty plan with it, but in May of 2017, when we conducted our search warrant, it was found burnt up in a burn pit. So we found that to be noteworthy as well. This is site cell records. I talked about doing the tower dumps. This is actually from tower records. What this indicates to us is that the things you see here are the cell phone towers that your phone bounces off of, which kind of gives you a geolocation of your where your phone is located. And that was analyzed, and the night of the homicides on April 21st of 2016 was the first night the entire year of 2016 that Billy went to sleep at, or, his phone was there at night and first thing in the morning. So again, just indicating that he was there that night, whereas normally he was staying with Frederica and his father during that time. So this also is, I think I told you, I thought maybe 14 guns. I haven't counted that up again. It's more than 14. But noteworthy is all the search warrants that we did and all the guns that we recovered, we never, ever recovered the 1911-22 or an SKS, consistent with the list that Jake had on his phone. We found the other weapons, but not those two items. So that was noteworthy as well. The next thing I want to talk to you about is the silent. Oh, no, another correction. It's Walther using Colt's name for the 1911-22, if that matters to anybody. But when they called and talked to Germany, they spoke to Walther. So just some of you may have already known that, but I wanted to make sure I was being accurate when I was stating things. Okay. So you will recall that I talked about in 2017 when we were listening to the conversations that Angela Wagner seemed to be very interested in which barn we were searching. So taking that information, right around the time of grand jury, we wanted to go look at the barn again. And there was a new build barn, which was the one that when you guys first got on that property at 260 Peterson, it would, you walked up around the hill and into that barn. That was the new build barn. That was something Jake and George built. And we surmised that might be the barn that they maybe poured fresh concrete into and, buried some of the weapons or something, but we didn't know. So we went up to the property, we looked at that. It seemed highly unlikely because the concrete that they used was not very solid and, would not provide much cover. And so we ventured into the old barn, which was that barn, on the right, where we pointed out the cistern that now has plants growing in it or something. It seems to be filled in. The question was whether that had ever been searched, and it had not. Because there were apparently 2 possums floating in it during the first time they were out there. But this is how it appeared when we did the search of it in 2018. So this was October of 2018. And again, a new homeowner had the property by this time. And these are just some of the items that were recovered from the cistern. And there is an item there of interest. It's right there in the middle. That is going to be a homemade silencer that was burnt up and disposed of in that cistern. There was lots of bricks in that cistern as well. Franklin County dive team came in and removed every single brick, every single object, every single possum bone. And you can see that kind of black, gunky stuff. It looks much different now when we went on our jury view, but I just wanted you to see kind of the difference there. The Franklin County dive team went under that water to recover these items. So, and there's the item in question. And that was submitted to ATF. They did an x-ray of it. They found the freeze plugs down the middle of it. They saw it had been used and it apparently was not aligned correctly, so it caused damage, so it was not functional after they tried to use it once. But the very last line, it is therefore my opinion that the presence of silencer components in conjunction with a bullet strike visible on a metal baffle, thus indicating the use on a firearm, that these components would only be utilized for a firearm silencer. So that was an ATF report that we got back. Okay. The other thing that I have not talked about, but we did have you look at in your during the jury view, was, you remember we got out at an intersection near 772, and we had you look at cameras located on a home, and then later we had you look at, there was another one that went around the front. So you can see that it's like around the corner. So that becomes important. The purple things that you see on there, so the red being the crime scene, the purple is where the cameras were located. And those cameras do pick up vehicles traveling, at one point one vehicle, and then later two vehicles following each other very closely. And, you know, we'll give you all the times on that, but those become important as well. Okay, so that, one other thing about this silencer, because it has a serial number on it, we were able to get information from Maglite that said that Maglite was made in January of 2016. So, you know, eliminated any prior owners, you know, that would have handled that. Okay, so that brings that information. Once the silencer was pulled out of the well on the property that used to belong to the Wagners, that brings us to where we are here today. And after indictment, I guess I should say. The four individuals were indicted along with Frederica Wagner and Rita Newcomb. And Rita Newcomb, I told you, was Angela Wagner's mother. Frederica Wagner is Billy Wagner's mother. I'm not going to remember the time period. I didn't write that down. But Rita came forward and told us she was charged with forgery for backdating that document because she was not acknowledging that she did not sign it, right? But she came forward and did acknowledge to us that she did not sign that. She did not notarize that Angela Wagner had in fact notarized those documents using her name, didn't tell her about it when she did it, and that she had asked Rita Newcomb to lie for her and say that she, in fact, had been the one that notarized this and that Hannah was present and all this other stuff, right? But Rita said that, you know, she intends to meet her maker one day and she didn't want to have this on her conscience. So she came clean with us and we reduced her felony to a misdemeanor. She has not been sentenced yet. But what she told us was consistent, obviously, with what our handwriting expert had already concluded. And then, in April of 2021, Jake Wagner came forward as well. He will be here to testify for you, and he will tell you, I guess I should back up before I go into what he told us. A proffer means you're giving us a statement and telling us what happened, and in exchange, we give you something. in return. The state gives you something. What we agreed to give him was to dismiss the death penalty against him, right? You will learn that he pled to all of the counts in the indictment, all of the specifications, and he received he will receive under that agreement, 8 life without parole sentences consecutive to one another, which just means they're served one after another, which is fiction, legal fiction at that point. But in addition to hundreds of years, with 78 years being mandatory firearm specifications that he has to serve before he even ever gets to his life without parole. I think at one point the judge said to him, "You understand that you will die in prison?" And he said yes. So he understands that. The second part of the agreement, he wanted us to also dismiss the specification against his family, each of his family members. He wanted them to escape the death penalty. And we told him we would not do that unless he agreed to testify in their trials. So if any one of them went to trial, okay? So just so you know what the deal was. He actually, kind of unlike a lot of defendants, seemed to be doing this to benefit his family, at least as much as himself, if not more. So that said, we sat down with him and he told us what had happened. And I will say that we were right about the majority of it. The majority of it being that, he dated Hannah, he fell in love with her, he was very upset when they parted ways. He wanted her very much to come back to him. He, was certainly jealous. But also that the idea to kill these people did not initiate with him. He was definitely a willing participant. He will tell you that his dad was the first to broach the subject with him. And under the idea that Hannah Mae was dating people that they didn't approve of, and that she was letting Sophia be around people that were not good people. And they knew that Hannah, or they believed that Hannah, had been sexually abused by one of a friend of the family, kind of peer age friend of the family, and nobody did anything about that. So they, this concern was laid out as well, that, if anything would happen, nobody would protect Sophia over there. And the idea was that they had to kill Hannah. And Jake said, no, I'm not going to do that, when his dad first brought the idea to him. However, on another occasion, Jake will tell you that he thought about it, and although he did not believe anything had happened to Sophia at the time of the homicides, he indicated to us that why would you wait for something to happen? Because you can't undo that. So based on that, and encouraged by his father and encouraged by his mother, they set out on a plan to kill Hannah Mae. At first, it was just going to be Hannah Mae. There was an idea to kill Hannah Mae and kill Corey Holdren and make it look like Corey killed Hannah Mae and then killed himself. Billy didn't think that would fly or work out. I believe Angela Wagner at one point suggested that they just rat Chris Sr. out because they knew he had marijuana, and that maybe if he went to prison that would upset things enough, and Billy said he wouldn't do that to his best friend. But ultimately, this idea snowballed, and it became, we have to kill Hannah Mae, Frankie, little Chris, and big Chris. And then, like I said, on site, kind of that Kenneth got added on to that, or after they had already agreed to their main targets. And again, Jake will tell you freely that they knew there might be other people there, and they knew that they would kill them, even though they were perfectly innocent. He will tell you that they started making plans for this thing in January, which was, a month after they had read that comment by Hannah Mae that they will have to kill me first. He understood that he would probably not end up with custody if he went the legal route. His attorney had told him that in Ohio, because you weren't married, the law favors the mother, that you're not likely to get full custody. And he believed that. He also believed what he had read, that Hannah Mae would never sign custody papers over to him. So he believed the only way to get sole control of his daughter was to kill Hannah Mae and her family members. He will admit that he purchased the silencer parts, that they purchased a truck specifically for this, to commit this offense in. He will admit that Angela Wagner bought the shoes for he and George to wear the night of the homicides, again, trying to make it different sizes than what they normally wore, and to make it a different kind of shoe than they would be caught dead in, frankly. They usually wore boots and usually did not wear tennis shoes, especially that kind of make and style. So he admits that. And the same idea was for the murder truck, the truck that they used for the murder. You will hear that Billy overheard his cousin saying, or his uncle saying, that he was selling a car. He was talking to Silas Wagner is his name. He was talking to another individual and said that he would sell this truck that he had for $2,500. And Billy said, "We'll buy it." And that was one day, and then shortly thereafter, Silas will tell you that Jake and George and Angela came up to his property and gave him the $2,500 for that truck. Jake will tell you that they modified the truck. They built a false bed in the truck. Jake will tell you he used 2x4s. You'll have pictures of the truck, but where the eye hooks were, kind of there's a level plane, and then there's some eye hooks kind of on top of that. He put the 2x4s up and then put plywood and then put hay on top of that, so it would look like the bed was full of hay. And instead, that's where he and George stowed away when they drove up to Chris Sr.'s that night, with their weapons and everything they needed for that night. He would tell you what they wore. They wore ski masks. They wore dark clothing. There was some concern that Brentley might recognize Jake because he had seen Jake on many occasions, and Sophia had always been able to recognize Jake even when he was in costume. He will tell you that they made plans with Chris Sr. Billy made plans with Chris Sr. about this imaginary drug deal. And so he was going to drive up to talk to Chris Sr. about that drug deal that night. And still don't know if it's a real thing or not, or if this was all just a feigned way for him to go up there. But that way Chris Sr. would be expecting them, right? So no alarms would be sounded. They went up there around 10:30 p.m., first meeting at their house at 260 Peterson. Billy had come to Peterson driving his red dually. They had signed the custody documents that we had found. His mom had, Googled that and printed it and filled it out, and they just signed their name to it. He will acknowledge that they watched the Boondock Saints video clip before they left that night. He and George, anyhow, he remembers. And that when it was time to go, they walked out into the barn where the truck was that they had modified. They purposely kept it out of sight of the neighbors and stuff by parking it back behind that new barn, and changed their clothes out there. They didn't want to leave any shoe prints of those brand new Walmart shoes anywhere on their property until they were ready to get into the truck. And they got into the bed of the truck, and Billy drove the truck up to see his friend. And they remained in the back of that bed of the truck until such time as Billy came out and lowered the gate for them, at which point they slithered, I think was the word he used, out of the truck, and got underneath that truck, and George got under that truck, and Jake got under Chris Sr.'s truck, which is, they had parked their vehicle right by one of Chris Sr.'s trucks. George had the SKS at that time. Again, that was his gun. Jake didn't really even like the gun. And George, the plan was that George was going to shoot Chris Sr. from a distance, like a sniper, in a fashion that Chris would never know what hit him, would never know that Billy Wagner was betraying him or whatever. Of course, Gary was there also. They went out to an outdoor grow. They walked back in front of the house, and I should probably, you want to, okay.
Judge, can we reposition ourselves to see the...
Yes, certainly, yeah.
Where are you going to put it?
I'm just going to hold it. So, at the point that Chris and Gary were walking back this way, really leading a single file, that's when George was supposed to shoot Chris at that point. Again, just so, and this is when you guys saw it, the trailer wasn't there, but this structure was there, and this is the garage, and then again, this is the path leading over towards Frankie's. You guys see that? But when he was basically walking in front of the trailer is when they were supposed to shoot him, so that he would not know. That's State's Exhibit A544. Jake will tell you, however, that George was taking too long and seemed to be frozen. He didn't know if it was because, I neglected to tell you this, so that thing that we dug out of the well, the silencer that we dug out of the well, had all the parts that they had purchased to make the silencer. That was a prototype, but it had failed, right? And so they scrapped that idea, and they decided to use filters instead, fuel filters instead. So they had a silencer made out of a filter on both the SKS and the 1911. So the 40 Glock was the only weapon that did not have a silencer on it. So Matt White was right about all of the involved weapons. It was a 40 Glock, it was a 1911 22, and it was a high-powered 30 caliber SKS. So Jake didn't know if it was because the fuel filter was blocking his view, because Jake said when he had test fired the weapon, he found that to be an issue. Either way, ultimately, Jake took the weapon from George, and Billy at some point came back out to where they were and were questioning them why they hadn't shot. And at that time, Billy came up with a ruse of asking Chris Sr. to call his phone. I don't know where my phone is. Can you call it so I can find my phone? Well, truth be told, all the phones belonging to Billy and Jake and George were left back at Peterson Road, actually with instructions to Angela, who remained back at the home with Bullvine and Sophia, to text people or use the phone so it would appear that they were at home this whole time, providing them an alibi. Of note, the phone jammer had worked when they tested it, but the battery ran out very quickly, Jake will tell you, and so it didn't work for long at all. And so you will see, I told you that 10:55 p.m. Time was very important. It's very important because that's when Chris Sr., at the request of his friend Billy Wagner, made calls to his friend's phone so that his friend could find his phone. And really all that did was take him to the front door so that Jake could shoot him. And so we kind of know the time of death of Chris Sr. because it was shortly after making that phone call. He was standing in the doorway. That's why we have that SKS high-powered rifle that is shooting through the doorway and forcing the wood into his skin. Again, you will see that it broke his arm. And Billy was still inside of the residence, according to Jake, with the .40 Glock, where he shot both Chris and Gary. And they had multiple gunshot. I think Chris Sr. had 9 total gunshot wounds. Gary, I believe, had 5. I'm going to be wrong on that. Maybe 3. But they were shot Gary was shot entirely in the head. You will see that his glasses and his ball cap flew off. The projectile actually took that off of his head. And he will say at that point, Billy came running out of the residence and was hysterical, saying, "I just shot my best friend. I just shot my best friend." And it talks about the look that Chris gave him when he realized what was happening. Jake will tell you that he and George tried to calm Billy down, and that Jake went inside the residence and retrieved keys that he knew to be in Chris Sr.'s pocket to go to the grow that was in that here, where the cameras were, so that he could remove the cameras. There. While he did that, George and Billy drug the bodies of Gary Roden and Chris Sr. back to the bedroom of Chris Sr. Jake knows that because when he came back down, their bodies had been moved. And they then, I'm trying to think if they did anything else then. They then went down to check Frankie's residence. They found that it was locked. That was kind of a recent occurrence because when Brentley is there, he has a tendency to escape out the front door. And so they installed the chain lock and the lock. And they decided that they would return to that location later. So they went back to Chris Sr.'s, and the idea became that we would get into Chris Sr.'s truck and travel to Dana's house. The idea being, if you arrive in Chris Sr.'s truck, no one's going to be alarmed when you pull in the driveway at that hour of night, right? But they drove by Dana's, and Dana was not yet there. And I think I told you earlier that they claimed that she was not a main target. Yet they didn't take that opportunity to enter the residence and kill Hannah Mae and little Chris, whom they were determined to kill. They went back. They said at that time they drove down to Left Fork to see what the status was at Kenneth's residence. They just drove by the residence at that time. And this is why we took you on this wild goose chase on the jury view. We were literally taking you the path that they took that night, including the walking to Frankie's first and then, walking back. Once back at Chris Sr.'s, they then decided to go to Frankie's. Jake will tell you that he entered through there was an open window at the back of the trailer. Again, keep in mind that this is a trailer that he has been in before. And he went then to the back door, and he will tell you first he tried to pry open the back door with a knife, and he claims that it broke the tip off and didn't open up he couldn't get the door to open, so that's why he entered into the window. But then he went there and opened up the back door so that George and Billy could enter the Frankie and Hazel's. Then he went back. He will tell you that Brentley was asleep on that couch upon entering the residence. There was a couch in the living room, and the TV was on. And he went back to the room where he knew Hannah, Hazel, and Frankie would be sleeping, and shot both of them with the 1911 .22. He will tell you that he looked around for their phones but couldn't find them. And that was another thing I forgot to mention, is that he did take the phones of Chris Sr. So all we had were the phone records, which told us the tolls, not content. And they left that residence. They went back to Chris Sr.'s again and got into the vehicle, to Chris Sr.'s vehicle, and they went to Dana's. There, they entered that residence. Jake will tell you that both George and Billy entered the residence. Billy with the .40, George with the SKS. They didn't know, again, they thought maybe Chris would have a friend over. They thought maybe Corey Holdren would be there, so they needed to make sure that nothing went awry. And so George was spaced, and Jake will show you exactly where in that scene that he was planted. The interesting thing is that he indicated that he wore the size 10.5 that night, and that George wore the size 11 that night. And you will see that size 11 that I told you that was in scene 3 at Dana's place is almost exactly where he says that George was stationed, to make sure that little Chris didn't come out of his room with a weapon while he was off killing the women in the trailer. He will tell you that he went into a hallway, and again, we will show you this with crime scene photos, etc. But he basically positioned himself so that he could see both Hannah and Dana. He could tell that Dana was on her phone because it was kind of lighting up her face. He will tell you that she made a noise, that he said he kind of froze initially, but she made a noise which jolted her out of it. And Kylie started crying. And he says he took 2 quick steps into Dana's room and shot her twice, and then immediately rushed back to where Hannah was. And he will tell you that Hannah obviously heard him because she was laying with her left side to the doorway and turned to look. She had been nursing Kylie and saw him. He doesn't believe she recognized him, but she saw him and he shot her. He will tell you that after he shot her, he rearranged her body on the bed so that Kylie could nurse. if she wanted to. And he will say that he went back into Dana's room and shot her more times because she was making noises. And then he will tell you that he went out of the door that led from Dana's room into the kitchen. And when he opened the door, his dad was standing there with the .40 drawn, probably in a just in case, situation. And George was still behind his father, guarding little Chris's room. He will tell you that Jake claims that he then went to little Chris's room and also shot little Chris, who had never woken up. He was asleep at the time he was killed. Again, he removed all the phones. He will tell you that although that sounds like a very long time, it actually happened all very quickly. They then went back and got into Chris's car. This time they drove back to Chris's car and got their truck that they had brought up there, the one that they had purchased from Silas Wagner. And the cars followed each other. So at that point, Billy was driving the truck that they had, Chris's truck, and George was driving the truck that they had purchased. And they went down to Left Fork, and again, you'll see this on the surveillance cameras. And Jake will say that there was a little turnoff that we kind of showed you, a little intersection down there close to Left Fork, that's where they had George pull off. He was kind of a lookout / getaway driver in the event that things went bad. Again, they were driving Chris's truck right up to Kenneth's driveway. Kenneth had an electric sensor. His daughter will tell you that if he had taken his blood pressure medication, he's a very heavy sleeper. And that's the only thing she can guess as to why he didn't wake up. But his door is unlocked when he's sleeping inside of it because he padlocks it when he leaves it. So the padlock's on the outside, not on the inside. And Jake states that Billy entered that residence and he claims he saw a flash of light and that Billy killed him with the .40 caliber Glock. At that point, there again was cameras to remove at that location because he had a kind of a mini grow, and they did that and removed a trail cam from a tree as well. Jake confirms to us, like I said, that both he and George dyed their hair that week. Again, he stated that he wanted to look like Norman Reedus. He states that George helped modify the truck, that George signed the custody documents just like he did, and that George rode in the back of the truck with him up there and helped move Chris and Gary's bodies. And like I said, that he would have shot little Chris if he came out of the room, and that he was wearing the size 11 shoe that night. After they were done at Kenneth's, they drove back up to Chris Sr.'s. They left Chris Sr.'s truck there and got in the vehicle that they had purchased from Silas Wagner and drove back to Peterson Road, where they kind of just undid everything they did, right? They parked the truck in the barn. They got out of those clothes. They put on their original clothing. And Jake will say that they burned and tried to destroy the weapons, cut up the weapons and destroy specifically the firing pins and other things that would enable BCI or anybody to do ballistics on them. And that they dug a hole in the barn and buried put it in a duffel bag and buried it temporarily. He will tell you that in the meantime, once they also disassembled the truck, the fake false bed in the truck, and that Billy then took the truck to his niece, Billy's niece, Katie Wagner. Katie Wagner is the daughter of Billy's brother, Bobby. They live in Athens, and you will hear from them as well that kind of out of the blue, Billy Wagner shows up with a truck for Katie. Before the sun had even risen, unannounced, unplanned, unpredicted. And of course, Katie was not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. She was happy to have a truck, and she got it titled in her name the same day. And you will see that it was titled in her name on April 22nd of 2016. Billy had Bobby taken back to the farm, and because he didn't have any other way to get back, and Bobby will tell you that when he arrived, both Jake and George were outside of the house, and they led him into the old barn, not the new barn where they had been doing their dirty deeds, but the new barn, and had him look at a pig or something. And ultimately, he said he went into the residence with the three of them, Jake, George, and Billy. Jake will tell you that obviously they planned this for months, and their plan was not only to kill these people, but also to get away with it. They didn't want to get caught. So they took great measures to do that. One of those great measures was to not talk on phones, not even talk in the house unless you ran water nearby. They would go outside and talk. They just pretty much assumed that everything was bugged. And once they firmly believed that they were being listened to, they started to throw their conversation, accordingly. And you can very much see that in the recorded conversations that we have. He also tells us what he did with the murder weapons. That was something that we were told before we even sat down and talked with him, because as you might imagine, we were a little bit leery, but we were told that he would lead us to the murder weapons. So he did. He told us that after the homicides and after they had buried those items and burned a lot of the items as well, that anything that was left over, they had 5-gallon buckets of concrete, and they dropped the stuff in 4 different buckets of concrete. And then they made a goose box for their grandfather, Robert Wagner, the father, Bobby Wagner, not the brother. And they gave it to him for Father's Day that year, and floated it on the pond, that big pond that you saw out there, and used the concrete buckets full of the murder weapons as anchors. You'll hear they fished out there all the time. So that obviously was something that they could see every day. And you were directed to the part of the pond where it was. It was that back right corner, and we had you even walk up on that embankment and drew your attention to the structure that was there. That was the goose box. It ultimately sank. But armed with this information, we were able to get a search warrant and go out there, and we did recover those concrete buckets, and took them to the lab at BCI, where they were broken up, chiseled out, soaked in oil, and recovered multiple weapon parts belonging to an SKS, the 1911, the 40 Glock. Even though they were in parts, the firing pin had not been damaged. So Matt White, who is our ballistics expert, will tell you that he was able to test fire those. They have the ability in the lab to hold the gun together so it doesn't explode apart. And he was able to make positive identifications with the ballistics on both the 22 and the 40 Glock. So we know without a doubt that those were the murder weapons that were used that Jake led us to. On the bottom of the pond at the Flying W. They were all there when they put that goose box in there: Jake, George, Billy, Angela. After that, we, being the skeptic of the pirate, right? We made an offer to the rest of the individuals that if anyone came forward, we purposely did not release Jake's statement. We did not provide that to anybody. Nobody except the attorneys and our lead agent knew the contents of that proffer. And we said that if anyone else came forward and could tell us something that was consistent with what we had just heard, that would do two things for us. It would demonstrate that Jake was telling us the truth, right? And it would just be stronger corroborating evidence that another member of the Wagner family was giving us the same information without knowing exactly what Jake had said, right? And that person that came forward was Angela Wagner. She came forward in September of 2021, about 5 months after Jake had come forward. Her deal was a little better, a lot better, actually. She agreed to a 30-year sentence. Obviously, she's older. She will be almost 80 when she gets out under that deal. It's still a really hard pill to swallow because she freely admits. Quite honestly, you could tell that Jake tried to minimize his mom's involvement, kind of also tried to minimize George's involvement to some extent, but Angela did not. Angela did not minimize her own involvement. In fact, she will tell you that it was her idea to begin with, and that she nagged and nagged and nagged Billy to figure out a solution to the problem. The problem being that we're losing control of Sophia, right? She's over here and we don't know what's going on with her. Keep an eye on her when she's over there. When you go up to Chris's, keep an eye on her and make sure she's okay. I think Billy reported that Frankie was too affectionate, according to Angela. Of course, now again, this contradicts what Jake said, which was that nothing had happened, and this was basically a preemptive killing. But she admits that she was very concerned about Sophia. They all were. And that they would do anything to protect Sophia, and that she told her husband that she was concerned, and that's where the ideas were born. She admits that she bought the phone jammer knowing that it was going to be used to jam the phones on that night so that they could not call for help. She admits that she bought the bug detector, which was to detect any bugging devices that the investigation team might use after the fact. And she admits to buying the shoes for her sons, which of course she had already admitted to at the border. She admits to Googling and printing out those custody documents, to forging Hannah Mae's name to those documents, to also forging her mother's notary signature. She admits that on that night that she was told to work with the phones so that it would appear that both Jake and George were still at the residence and using their phones. She will tell you that they all three left the house that night, and they all three came back in with different shirts on than what they had left with. She will tell you that when they went to buy the truck from Silas Wagner, that it was George that got the money from the safe in order to purchase that truck, although she did say that George advised that he didn't think it was smart to buy it off of a family member because it could be traced back to them. She will tell you that after the fact that she confided in her husband, Billy, that she felt guilty for dragging Jake and George into this because they should have just taken it on themselves because that was a lot to put on Jake and George. And she had noticed that George was having nightmares, and she's telling Billy this. And Billy's response was, I don't know why he would have nightmares. He didn't shoot anybody. So again, she will also tell you that at one point she was very upset when we interviewed her at the border, and she didn't have a good story for the shoes, and she just admitted that she bought it for the boys and then said she threw them away the same day, and she knew that it was not a very believable story, and she was very worried that she had ruined it for them. And George made the comment that he had tried to wipe off the shoe prints that were left at the scene at Chris Sr.'s. She will tell you that George helped to build the goose box, they were plans that Billy brought down to them, but that Jake and George built it in the driveway. She admits to the Facebook hacking and said that she did it to benefit George, but that they just inadvertently saw this messaging back and forth. She indicates that she had a conversation with George in the kitchen. A lot of conversations in this family happen in the kitchen. That's where they have a lot of their family meetings. And checked in with him to make sure he was okay with the plan. She will state that everyone was, quote, reluctant, but understood that they needed to do this in order to protect Sophia, and everybody, including George, would do anything to protect Sophia. She had admitted that she initially said that we should just rat Chris Sr. out and that they were not willing to do that. She also admitted to threatening to get a gun when Tabitha was fleeing the residence and to throw in a 2x4 at Tabitha. So we kind of asked her about some of those kinds of things as well. Both Jake and Angela admitted a lot of other stuff as well, some other crimes, but we'll cover that when I'm reviewing the criminal charges with you, because there's actually a charge that they are charged with in this indictment as functioning as a criminal enterprise. So we'll talk about that. She acknowledged that they have family meetings and take votes, and that each one of them would do anything to protect the children. And again, we talked about it during voir dire that you want to corroborate the pirates, right? You want to corroborate their story. And here's how they're corroborated, right? We pulled the murder weapons out of the pond exactly in the location and this condition that Jake told us we would. Angela corroborates Jake just in not knowing what Jake said and saying identical things. Bobby and Julia and Katie Wagner all confirm that Billy arrived with this truck unannounced. And another thing that Katie Wagner tells us is that after the Wagners came back from Alaska, she was out at the Flying W taking pictures for Frederica of the horses, of some of the horses, and for advertising purposes. And she will tell you that Billy cleaned her car that day when she was there. So again, this was after we had already laser focused on the Wagners. They knew we were looking into them, and so he obviously got concerned that there was some remaining forensic evidence even after a couple of years. Angela saw him doing it and asked him what he was doing, and he said that he was just making sure that there was nothing left. And basically, Silas Wagner also verifies in the purchase of the truck from him, saying that Billy negotiated it and that Jake and George and Angela showed up shortly thereafter with the cash and purchased the truck from him. So again, a lot of the things that they told us, plus, of course, all of the evidence that we had even before Jake and Angela came forward to us. At this point, I would like to review the criminal charges in the indictment. And, you know, it's a 22-count indictment, so this is just the preamble, which is within or for the body of the County of Pike or by some manner enumerated in this code section whereby proper venue is placed in Pike. So I think I talked to you about there was a dispute whether Dana's was in Adam or Pike. Peterson Road is in Pike. We know they committed a lot of their offenses there, the Facebook hacking, the purchasing, the building of silencers, etc. But it doesn't matter as long as one of the offenses happened in Pike County. And that's really not an issue for you, but I just wanted to point that out. Okay, so counts 1 through 8 are the aggravated murder charges, okay? On or about the 22nd of April. At the County of Pike and in the state of Ohio did unlawfully and purposefully with prior calculation and design caused the death of another. I know we talked a lot about this with you guys during individual voir dire, but this is the purposeful causing the death of another with prior calculation and design. Clearly, when you have at least 3 months of preparation, prior calculation and design is very clear in this case. Okay, so counts 1 through 8, the first count is for Kenneth. The second count is Chris Roden Sr. The third count is Gary Roden. The fourth count is Frankie. The fifth count is Hannah Hazel Gilly. The sixth count is Dana Roden. The seventh count is Hannah Mae Roden. And the eighth count is Christopher Roden Jr. Before Jake confessed, we actually thought that Kenneth was killed first. Because we knew he got up at 4:30 in the morning, and we figured they went to him first, basically. So that was one thing that we did not have right. Okay, so there are specifications on 1 through 8, right? So this says specification 1 to the first count, but this is just to show you. This specification is on all 8 counts. And it's just that he had a firearm on or about his person or under his control while committing the said aggravated murder. So the reason we go over the elements and the offenses with you is just so when you're seeing the evidence, you can fit it into one of these offenses or just know what you're, should be looking for. The second specification is that not only that he had the firearm on his person or under his control, but that he displayed the firearm, brandished it, indicated that he had it, or used it to facilitate the aggravated murder. The third count is that there was a firearm that is automatic firearm or that was equipped with a firearm muffler or suppressor on or about his person or under his control. And we'll talk about complicity at the end of this, although certainly he had possession of the SKS at one point and, at several points, and that was equipped with a silencer. Specification 4 is that he committed the said aggravated murder for the purpose of escaping detection, apprehension, trial, or punishment for another offense committed by the said George Washington. So this is, again, on all 8 counts, and basically the concept I told you about how some of these people that were killed were collateral damage because they would know it was the Wagners that had committed these offenses and that they would, get arrested or punished for committing the offenses as a result. The fifth specification is that it was a part of course of conduct involving the purposeful killing of or attempt to kill 2 or more persons. Obviously, you have 8 individuals here that were killed. This is that multiple victim specification we talked to you a lot about in individual voir dire. And then specification 6 is that he committed the aggravated murder while he was committing, attempting to commit, or fleeing immediately after committing or attempting to commit aggravated burglary. And either he was the principal offender, or if not the principal offender, that the aggravated murder was with prior calculation and design. Okay, so again, we'll talk more about this when we discuss complicity, but even if he wasn't the principal offender, i.e. didn't pull the trigger on this person or that person, if there's prior calculation and design, that doesn't matter. So that's a specification. And I would note, you note that Jake admits to killing 5 of the 8 individuals, but he pled to all 8 of them, right? Because he's guilty of aggravated murder as to all of them. Because even if he wasn't the one who pulled the trigger, he was complicit in it. And you'll learn when we talk about complicity, and we talked about that in voir dire, you can be charged just as the principal offender in the same language as the principal offender. Okay, so this is a really, really, really long one, and I apologize because this is actually the language of it, because you have to put a lot of language into it. So we will just kind of review this. This is between the 1st of January of 2016, January 2016 being when we believe they started planning, or when they acknowledged they started planning, through November 12th of 2018, because they were arrested. Again, either in Pike County or someplace that it's properly brought, did with the purpose to commit or promote or facilitate the commission of aggravated murder and or aggravated burglary with another person or persons, and then we just list his co-defendants, right? Angela Wagner, Billy Wagner, which is George Washington Wagner III, and Jake Wagner, and or any other unidentified or unknown individuals plan or aid in the commission of any of the said aggravated murders, murder, and or aggravated burglaries, and or agree with another person or persons to wit, Angela Jo Wagner, and or George Washington Wagner III, and or Edward Jacob Wagner, and or any other unidentified and or unknown individuals that one or more of them would engage in conduct that facilitates the commission of any of the said aggravated murders, murder, and or aggravated burglars. And subsequent to his entering into this conspiracy, a substantial overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy was committed by him or a person with whom he was conspiring, including but not limited to the following overt acts. And then we just list some of the things that they did in preparation for this, right? Making several purchases in the months leading up to the aggravated murders and or aggravated burglaries, including but not limited to specific shoes from Walmart, brass catcher, items with which to build a brass catcher. I don't think I mentioned that they purchased bait net at the same time that they purchased a brass catcher. Ammunition, a magazine clip, a bug detector, and or parts to build a silencer, and or various other items in preparation of those crimes. Building a silencer, forging documents, including forged custody documents, obtaining and sharing information regarding the victims and their properties, in preparation for these crimes to include their habits and routines, sleeping locations, physical layout on property, counter surveillance devices present on the properties. I forgot to mention a couple of things. They also admit that Angela admits that Billy scolded them for buying that DVR camera thing in March of 2016 and told them to get rid of it. So Jake and George had painstakingly put those devices up around the house, and then once they were told by Billy to remove them, they removed it, and they decided they needed to burn it to make sure there was no evidence, because Billy was like, that will catch us coming and going the night of the murders, right? So that is what that is. In preparation for these crimes, to sharing information regarding the victims, I failed to tell you that Jake Wagner, Hannah Mae kept asking for the crib that belonged to Sophia so she could use it for Kylie, and he kept putting it off. And finally, the week of the homicides, he agreed to come over and set it up for her. So he was inside that residence the week of the homicides, I'm sure, scoping it out and figuring out the lay of the land. He also was making surreptitious videos anytime he would drop off or pick up Sophia, and there was time where he was questioning Hannah Mae when she still was living at the residence that Frankie and Hazel were living at, about a lock on Frankie's door. So they definitely were doing this, scoping that out and sharing that kind of information. illegal monitoring of the various social media accounts, that Facebook hacking that I talked about, destroying or tampering with evidence of the crimes, including but not limited to the video recording that he had purchased, a silencer, video and trail cameras belonging to the victims, phones belonging to some of the victims, moving the body of Christopher Roden Sr. and or the body of Gary Roden, providing false or misleading information to the authorities, and or various other known and unknown overt acts, and or one of the objects of the conspiracy is aggravated murder, or an offense for which the maximum penalty is imprisonment for life. So again, that it kind of requires you to articulate all that, whereas normally you don't have to articulate all that. But that is just conspiracy to commit murder or aggravated murder. Okay, aggravated burglary are counts 10 through 13. So again, it's just those 4 locations where they entered into the residence. And you can see again that because Kenneth's location is first, that we thought he was the first at the time of the indictment. But it's 1084. You're going to hear 799 Left Fork sometimes because he didn't have a box. And so when Donald Stone calls 911, he doesn't know the address. And then the location where Frankie and Hazel lived, location with Chris Sr. and Gary Roden, and then finally the location where Dana and Hannah Mae and little Chris lived. But basically that you unlawfully by force, stealth, or deception trespass in an occupied structure when another person other than an accomplice is present in the structure. Obviously, there were people present in all 4 of these structures when they entered. And they either inflicted physical harm on another and or had a deadly weapon or dangerous ordinance on or about the said person. So again, that applies to all 4 locations. And again, you have a firearm specification just for him having a gun on his person. And then you have a second specification for having a gun, not only having a gun, but brandishing it or using it to facilitate the crime. And then the suppressor specification. The next count is an unlawful possession of dangerous ordnance. This just states that between, again, that 1st of January of 2016, when we know they start preparing and buying, although we do see them buying most of the items in February and March of that year, but did unlawfully and knowingly acquire, have, carry, or use any dangerous ordinance. A dangerous ordinance is a suppressor. So that fits the definition. And then again, 2 specifications on this for having a firearm on this person, and then also for having it or brandishing it when he's committing that unlawful possession of a dangerous ordinance. So there's only 2 specifications on that. Okay, and then we get to some of the tampering with evidence charges. Did unlawfully know that an official proceeding or investigation was in progress or was likely, about to be or likely to be instituted, alter, destroy, conceal, or remove any record, document, or thing to wit, the phones, cameras, and other items belonging to the victims. Obviously, they removed those to remove kind of the conversations that they had been having, to kind of thwart the investigation. This is April 3rd of 2016, so this is when the custody documents were generated. And again, knowing that an official proceeding or investigation was in progress or was likely, about to be or likely to be instituted, make, present, or use any record, document, or thing to wit, custody documents, knowing it to be false, and with purpose to mislead a public official who is or may be engaged in such proceeding or investigation, or with purpose to corrupt the outcome of any such proceeding or investigation. And that would apply both to custody proceedings and to this proceeding. And then the last tampering with evidence is, again, between that January of 16 through May 9th of 2017, which is when we did the search warrant on Peterson Road, did unlawfully, knowing that official proceeding was likely to be instituted, destroy a thing, so the silencer that we found in the well, shell casings and or parts of the home security system, anything that we found burned up at that location. Forgery, again, we've kind of talked about this, but forging the custody documents without the other person's authority and or did forge any writing to it, custody documents, so that it purports to be genuine when it actually is spurious, or to be the act of another who did not authorize that act, or to have been executed at a time or place or with terms different from what in fact was the case. They will tell you Angela did not notice that April 3rd, 2016. It spits out of your, on that thing, so. And she did say that Jake signed his document and George signed his document, so, as did Jake. July 1, 2014 through May 2017, this is unauthorized use of property. This is the Facebook hacking of both Tabitha and Tabitha's mother and indirectly anybody that they talked to. But again, did knowingly gain access to or attempt to gain access or cause access to be gained to any computer system, network, cable service, cable system, telecommunications device, telecommunications service, or information service, to wit, the social media, without the consent of, or beyond the scope of express or implied consent of the owner of the computer system, etc. So obviously Tabitha did not mean for George and Angela to be spying on her through her Facebook to get evidence to use against her. Obstructing justice, this is between the date of the homicide through the date of arrest. Did unlawfully with purpose to hinder the discovery, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or punishment of another, and again, co-defendants, because it has to be another, not yourself, to benefit from the commission of a crime, to destroy or conceal physical evidence of the crime or act, or induce any person to withhold testimony or information, or to elude legal process summoning the person to testify or supply evidence, and or did communicate false information to any person and or the crimes committed by the said co-defendants are felonies. So, again, this is just trying to induce Rita to give false testimony, all the cover-up that they tried to engage in to try to conceal that they committed this crime, and the false information that they provided to the state. Okay, this is, again, another very wordy one, but this is the one where I talked about engaging in a criminal enterprise. Some of the things that I mentioned to you that we found out, and we found out along the way, but both Jake and Angela admit to these other offenses that they have committed as a family, basically. So the first and foremost was, I talked to you about Bethel Hill Road and how, there was that home where they lived that you guys saw, but then on the way down, we had to pay attention to the location where the first home existed. Well, the first home burned down, and the story was that they were deep frying a turkey and up in flames, and Angela was off with the kids, and etc. And the reason we found it suspicious was because they had removed all their belongings. There was a favorite picture that Angela had that somehow survived the fire, deer heads, etc. So, but they both admit that that was an intentional fire for the purpose of collecting insurance, right? Other times they have done that, a semi-trailer that they burned for benefit. They will talk about when they were driving truck, Billy and Jake and George would steal gas from other semis. Angela scouted it because she said sometimes it took more time to, drive around and find the perfect thing. You lose time, you lose money when you're a truck driver. So things like that, Billy taught Jake to pick locks, just various crimes that they committed as a family. Angela and Billy were convicted of stealing stuff from various department stores and such, but they were taught to steal and such. So those are just some of the other examples that you will hear, but basically, again, through that January of 16 through the date of arrest, while associated with an enterprise, to wit, a group of persons associated in fact, including but not limited to immediate family members of George Wagner, and then I list the 3 co-defendants, and or Rita Newcomb, who was, at the time participating in this forgery cover-up, and or John Doe, and or Frederica Wagner, and or any other unidentified or unknown individuals did conduct or participate in, directly or indirectly, the affairs of the enterprise through a pattern of corrupt activity or the collection of an unlawful debt, to wit, engaging either individually or while being aided and abetted by members of the enterprise who facilitated the incidences of corrupt activity in conduct constituting the offenses, including but not limited to the following: aggravated murder, aggravated burglary, unlawful possession of a dangerous ordinance, tampering with evidence, obstructing justice, and I put in there to include but not limited to the acts alleged in this indictment in counts 1 through 20, which are incorporated as if fully rewritten herein, or at least one of the incidents of corrupt activity is a felony of the first, second, or third degree, aggravated murder and or murder. So again, another wordy one, I apologize. And again, specification to that count is having the firearm, and the second one is for brandishing or using it to facilitate the engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity. And the third specification is in regard to the silencer or suppressor. Okay, so I said that we would talk about complicity because we covered that in voir dire, and the judge will certainly instruct you at the end of this. And we talked about that, right? The person that boosts you up to get you in the window of the house, or the person that's driving the getaway driver at the bank robbery, is just as accountable as the person who actually goes into the bank, or the person that actually. And I will note that just because, so in Angela Wagner's plea, we could not have her plea to aggravated murder because that's a life sentence automatically. And so we had to pick charges that would give her flat time, right? So, but just because we, dismissed those, she was every bit as guilty of the aggravated murders as the 3 boys were, right? Jake, George, and Billy. Even though she didn't go up on the hill that night, even though she wasn't out at Left Fork, even though she didn't hold a gun, she plotted and planned and, helped to execute that plan. So she certainly could have been convicted of, held responsible for the aggravated murder. She did plead to some aggravated burglaries, and as you know, there's nothing in my story so far that says that she went into any of these homes. So again, that's all under the complicity theory. So the court will instruct you at the end of this for any of these counts. And, not knowing at the time, who's behind the computer when they're Facebook hacking, right? We don't know that until they tell us, right? We knew it was the Wagner computer, but we didn't know who was operating it. So basically all of these individuals were charged as principal offenders, but with the idea that they can be held accountable under the complicity statute, okay? That makes sense. So basically, in order to be complicit, you have to act with the kind of culpability required for the commission of offense. So you have to know that murder was on the minds of your co-conspirators, right? Your complicitors. Solicit or procure another to commit the offense, aid or abet another in committing the offense, conspire with another to commit the offense, or cause an innocent or irresponsible person to commit the offense. So obviously, up there, I would say the 2 and 3 apply most to George Wagner in any of the offenses where he was not the principal offender, if you feel that he's not the principal offender. So this is just a furtherance of the complicity statute that says it's not a defense to a charge under this section that no person with whom the accused was in complicity has been convicted as a principal offender. Well, that has happened here. There are 2 individuals that have been convicted thus far. And no person shall be convicted of complicity unless an offense is actually committed. But a person can be convicted of complicity in an attempt to commit an offense. So again, that doesn't really apply so much for here. And this is just, again, we talked to you about that grave suspicion that the testimony of an accomplice does not become inadmissible because he was complicit or moral turpitude or self-interest, but the admitted or claimed complicity of a witness may affect his credibility and make his testimony subject to grave suspicion and require that it be weighed with great caution. And we talked about that. And I would submit to you that you will learn that pretty much everything that both Jake and Angela told us has been corroborated in other aspects. And then just that it's up to you as jurors. And this just summarizes that whoever violates this section is guilty of complicity in the commission of an offense and shall be prosecuted and punished as if he were the principal offender. A charge of complicity may be stated in terms of this section or in terms of the principal offense. So we stated it in terms of the principal offense, right? We said he purposely, with prior calculation design, killed this person. We didn't say he was complicit or he aided and abetted in that. But it's understood, I guess, is what I'm trying to suggest here. Okay. Again, I go back to Hannah May's statement that we now know the Wagners all saw. I won't sign papers ever. It won't happen. They will have to kill me first. And again, that word they. This is not a guilt by association. If anything, that is what happened to the 8 individuals that got killed that night. They got killed just for being there. Talk about guilt by association. This is guilt by participation. Because George Wagner participated in the planning, he participated in the preparation. I don't know if I recall if I told you that George or Jake also said he helped him build the frame for the false bed. But he participated in all of that preparation, the purchases. He purchased oil filters on April 18th of 2016, 3 days before the homicides. Participation in one of the most heinous crimes that has ever been committed in the state of Ohio and hopefully will never be committed again. He participated in planning, preparing, purchasing, executing, and covering up these crimes. Please weigh all the evidence and information that you hear from the witness stand and from the exhibits. Consider it all very carefully, and we are convinced that by the end of this trial, you will have no doubt in your mind that this defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of each and every charge in the indictment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is defense counsel ready to give?
Judge, perhaps we could take a short break.
All right. We'll take about as short as we can take it is about 15 minutes because it takes about that long to get this many people to the bathroom and so forth. So we will be in recess for 15 minutes. You all know the rules, but let me repeat them anyway. While you're on break, you're not to discuss this case with anyone. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You're not to do any research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law. You're not to view, listen to, or read any reports or accounts concerning this case from any source whatsoever, and that includes, but is not limited to, internet, Facebook, social media of any kind, radio, television, and newspapers. You're not to have any contact with participants in the trial. That would, of course, include parties, attorneys, or witnesses. So with that, we are in recess for 15 minutes. Please assemble in 15 minutes down at the jury room. You'll be brought up from there. I have 229, so let's make it 2:45. All right? I'll inform the jury of our schedule after your closing, or after your opening statement, I mean, sorry. You all be seated. Is the defense ready to give an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may do so.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. April the 22nd of 2016. George Wagner lived on Peterson Road, and that day started off like most days. He got up that morning, but there was one thing instantly that was off. Jake was up before him. Normally, George's tasks for the day are to feed the animals there on the farm. But before George could get to that, George knew he had one task that he had to do that day, and that was to disassemble a building, a wood shed, so to speak, close by his home. That was the one thing that he had to do. But before George could take off to do that, he noticed that Jake was off in that new barn up on that hill on Peterson Road. You folks went there, you walked up that hill, and you could look down on the house, that barn with the stalls. Jake was up there by himself. That's according to Jake. George eventually got ready to go disassemble that building, and Jake joined him. They went to that building, and when they got there, George realized he forgot his chainsaw, but they did as much work as they could do until they hit the point where they needed that chainsaw. And at that point, nothing seemed suspicious to George, although again it was off that Jake was already up that day, and usually Jake is the second to rise. While they were headed back home to Peterson Road, Jake's cell phone went off. There, the caller was Andrew Carson. Andrew Carson said, "Hello, Jake." And there he had a conversation. And that's when he thought he was the first to tell Jake that the mother of his child, Sophia, the child, that the mother, Hannah, had been murdered along with 6 of her relatives. At that point, Kenneth had not been found yet. Jake, according to Mr. Carson, put on an act worthy of an Academy Award. An act where he conned Carson into thinking that he was the first to tell him, as he wept and cried on the phone, and that is the first time George learned about murders. They returned to the Peterson home, and thereafter, the Pike County Sheriff arrived at those scenes and requested help. He requested help from the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, what we refer to as BCI. After some time, BCI had narrowed down who they felt were suspects. In fact, it's worthy to note that BCI had interviewed Jake Wagner 4 times. In fact, the first interview was just 3 weeks after the murders. BCI, conducting their investigation, also felt it was important that they interview Angela Wagner, who they spoke to or interviewed on 3 occasions. 4. The third person that they felt that was important to talk to in the Wagner household was Billy. Billy Wagner. That's George's father. They spoke to BCI, spoke to Billy on 3 occasions. And, on all of those occasions that BCI came around asking for cell phones, asking to speak with Jake, Angela, or Billy, George was right there. Not once did they ever ask to speak with George. He wasn't a suspect. In fact, George was only talked to 1 time. And the purpose of that 1 time is because BCI wanted to plant a bug or a listening device in their vehicle. So let me tell you about that. George and his family were coming back from Alaska. They were coming here to Ohio to speak with BCI. This is their destination. But BCI caught them at the border, there in Montana, a little town called Sweetgrass. There's a border crossing. And so their intent, BCI, was to put a listening device in the Wagner vehicle to try and gain more information. Naturally, they had to take all the occupants out of that vehicle and speak with them to take time so they could put those devices in their vehicle. So, we had special agents, again, with BCI, who had 4 different rooms where they spoke with all 4 family members. And George had an agent there speaking with him, a special agent, Special Agent Hageman. Special Agent Hageman was spot on, I would say. That interview with Special Agent Hageman was kind of mixed. In the beginning, it was accusatory, but he backpedaled some, and he told George, "Your family has big problems, George. Your family." Agent Hageman also told George, "Do you want to be a witness or do you want to be a suspect?" George knew his family had done a lot of bad things in their life, but he had never known of them to ever commit a crime of violence. He couldn't believe it. He denied it. He argued with them and
We're going to adjourn back in chambers to argue a point, and we'll be back in just a moment. We're going to leave you here. We'll be out in a moment. Tell me when you're all hooked up, Joanne. Ready? The court will sustain the objection the prosecutor made. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the statements of either attorney in opening statement are not evidence. So you may continue your opening statement.
Thank you, Judge. So back to that interview room with Special Agent Hageman, he had just a few statements to make. few questions. Do you want to be a witness or do you want to be a suspect? Then he said, if I don't know who did it, then you all go down for conspiracy. And so Hageman never received any information. And here George sits. If I don't hear who did it, you all go down for conspiracy. This is a trial about the state of Ohio against George Wagner. It's not the Wagners. It's not Billy Wagner. It's not Angela Wagner, nor is it Jake Wagner. This is all about George. I'm not going to take 5 hours to defend everything that Jake, Angela, and Billy did. This is a trial just about George. And so, as you hear the evidence in this case, you must ask yourself, every time you hear the Wagners, think of how that applies to George. Every time you hear they, a red flag should raise. Every time you hear them, every time you hear all of them, every time you hear Billy, Jake, or Angela. We're here to hear the evidence against George Wagner. There are certain things in life that we can't control. One of those things is our birth name. When we were brought into this world, we couldn't help who our parents were or are. And just like George cannot help that he was born into the Wagner family. The state wants to paint this with a broad paintbrush about the Wagners. Unfortunately, George cannot help that he's a Wagner, but that doesn't make him a murderer. As you hear the evidence in this case, there's 5 things I want you to pay attention to. The first is going to be what Jake says. Jake will tell you that George had nothing to do with the planning of these murders. Jake will tell you that George shot no one. Jake will tell you that George did nothing to destroy any evidence. That's the first thing. The second thing that I want you to pay attention to will be the credibility of Angela and Jake. The third thing that I want you to pay attention to is the incentives that were offered by the state of Ohio for such heinous crimes to Angela and Jake to get them to talk, to get them to tell a story. The fourth thing is motive, because we know custody is not the motive. Everybody had a motive in this case to kill except for George. Angela had her delusions that were unfounded, that this child, Sophia, was being molested. And for that, she felt something had to be done. Jake, the evidence will be presented, was a very jealous and abusive young man towards Hannah. And you know what he couldn't stand is he couldn't stand that Hannah had moved on with her life, that she was with other men, and that enraged him. Angela had convinced him as well that Sophia was at risk of being molested, sexually abused, and Billy had his own motive. Billy was engaged in drugs. We've heard an awful lot about grow rooms. There were several grow rooms, and the drug activity is rife in this case. George had no motive to kill anybody in the Roden or Gilly family. And the fifth thing that I want you to pay attention to is how different George is from his family. So moving to that first thing, and that's the state's case. They're key witnesses, Jake and Angela Wagner. Jake has already spoke. In fact, he spoke in a room here with Agent Scheider. And you know what he said? He told Agent Scheider, he said, George had nothing to do with this plan. This plan was between me and my dad. We're the ones who planned this. My dad decided when it would happen, what equipment would be needed, and how it would be done. Jake didn't say anything about a vote. Billy had decided that he would tell his wife, Angela, certain tasks that had to be completed to perform these murders. He also told Jake certain things that needed to be done to commit these murders. But there will be no evidence that he told George to do anything to prepare for these murders. According to Jake, Billy decided the day, or would decide the day in which the murders would happen. Furthermore, Jake will tell you that George was not supposed to go. Billy picked the day that a drug deal was supposed to happen, or there would be a meeting to talk about a drug deal. George had nothing to do with drugs. You will hear no evidence of that. One of the tasks that Billy had for Jake was to acquire a vehicle that would be used in the commission of these murders. The other task that Billy had for Jake, and Jake will tell you that he and he alone made silencer for weapons. That was his task. That's what he did. He's already said that in a room with Agent Scheider. And you know, there's this hair, the coloring of the hair. According to Jake, he colored his hair. But Jake, the key witness for the state, will tell you that had nothing to do with murders. Jake will also tell you that this video, Boondock Saints, that he's the one who watched that before the murders. And a DVR, there was a DVR that was all burnt up. Jake was asked about that DVR, and according to Jake, he told you that DVR was destroyed so it wouldn't capture stolen vehicles entering and exiting that Peterson property. Billy had some tasks for Angela as well. Billy had told her, remember, that George had nothing to do with the planning, but the task for Angela was to acquire shoes. Billy also asked Angela to acquire a cell phone jammer. And the purpose of that is to block cell phone use, so it can't be used. So in the instance that somebody needed a call for help, they would be unable to do that. And Angela did acquire that cell phone jammer. Billy also asked Angela, and she did so, followed the orders, and that was to acquire a bug detector. And when I say bug detector, it's a device to determine whether there's any surveillance devices recording. Billy also told Jake the last task is you are to destroy these items. And Billy would dispose of the truck. George had nothing to do with disposing of this truck. Jake destroyed that evidence. Remember that morning when George woke up and Jake was up in that barn that you peeked into and you saw those stalls? Jake was up there alone. He was up there alone. He was destroying cell phones that he stole. He was destroying memory cards that were taken out of the rodent property so they could detect who was coming and going from that property. He was burning clothes. He was destroying silencers. And he was destroying weapons, specifically weapons that belonged to him and belonged to Billy. Jake and Jake alone dug a hole and buried that in that barn. George had nothing to do with that. And finally, and once again, Jake will tell you, George shot no one. And most importantly, there is no reliable evidence that George planned these murders. There's no independent, reliable evidence that George prepared for these murders. And there's certainly no reliable evidence that George shot anyone. That second thing I wanted to talk to you about is Jake and Angela, who are con artists and liars. We've already touched on it some, but Angela's the con artist through and through. You know, you're going to hear evidence that she burned her home on more than one occasion, committed arson, and then collected from her insurance company the proceeds on that. She started doing that when George was just 9 years old. Billy did the same with some vehicles. Billy is a professional thief. Jake took those traits from his mother and his father, all of those bad traits, and put it into one. They are a pair, and that's who the state has as their key witness. Con artists and liars. Jake and Angela fooled many people throughout this investigation, beginning with Mr. Carson on the phone. But you know what they did even after the murders? There's a child, if you remember, Hannah Roden had a newborn baby, and that newborn baby was named Kylie. It was Jake and Hannah who went together, and they brought Sophie over to the Gilly family, a family who they were responsible for taking their loved one, and acted as if nothing happened. That's the type of people that the state has selected as their key witnesses. Afterward, Jake went home and, at the direction of Angela, created a GoFundMe account to collect money, defraud people, to send him money so he could obtain custody of a child. The con didn't stop then. It's continued. It's who they are. The evidence will be that Jake and Angela have conned the state of Ohio here as well. They've conned the state of Ohio into the most heinous crime, into a 30-year sentence. In a sentence most deserving of death, he escapes with life. The plea deal is what I'm speaking of. Jake and Angela have conned the state of Ohio with the greatest goal in mind, perhaps the most remarkable plea deal possible. As the prosecution said, the loss of 8 innocent lives, the most deserving of the death penalty, and Jake gets to walk. Angela gets 30 years. They negotiated this plea agreement to save their life. Prior to making this plea agreement, they had reviewed all of the evidence in this case with their attorneys. And so it begs the question, why in the world would you grant such a gift to Jake and Angela, to give them this in exchange, purchase that testimony? Well, it's simple, and it goes back to that last question that Hageman had. You're either a witness or you're a suspect. Because you see, there's no physical evidence George was at any of those murder scenes. There's no DNA, there's no prints, and BCI knew he had no motive. They knew that he was not involved in drugs. And you know, they knew they had only spoke with him one time, and that was for a reason. They have nothing on George. And because of that, that's a testament to the strength of their case for them to grant the deal that they've granted, and they were conned into the sentence that Angela and Jake have agreed. In order to avoid the death penalty, they must implicate George. Now, Angela gave a statement too, but what's really concerning about her story is she'll say that when everybody left to go commit murders, she went to sleep. She doesn't know what happened. She woke up the next day and it was never discussed. How convenient. She has nothing to offer that would contradict Jake's statement, because according to her, she never talked about it afterward. They never talked about it, and she was sleeping while this all happened. So, Jake's confession. We know that there was evidence gained, and you heard about what was pulled out of that big pond, and you went there and you saw that pond, and there were some buckets that were pulled out of that pond. But, you know, Jake's statement really only implicates himself. There's nothing about Jake's statement that implicates George. Sure, he led him to weapons, but there is no independent, reliable evidence that George was involved in these murders. In fact, we believe the evidence will show that George could not have committed these murders. And it goes further. We believe the evidence will show that Jake, in fact, killed all 8. But he had to implicate his father in actually killing somebody. But the evidence will show that Jake killed all 8. The fourth thing I want to talk to you about is motive. George had his own life. He had his own son. He had everything going for him, and he had nothing against the Rodens or the Gillies. He had no motive to kill any of these people. Everybody but George had a motive. Angela's motive was this unfounded imaginary threat of sexual abuse. She convinced Jake that it was a realistic threat. Jake was already in a jealous rage that Hannah had moved on with her life. And Angela had brought this concern to Billy. Angela's concern, Angela's suggestion was, we should turn him into the police. We should turn him into police because that'll take care of Christopher Roden Sr. because of his drugs. That's what we should do. Well, remember what I said about Billy and his motive. That idea hit too close to home. No, we can't do that. That's what Billy said. The evidence will be that Billy, according to Angela, said, we must kill them. The idea was taken to Jake, and you know, Jake's idea was, again, his jealousy surfacing, said, we should do it, we should kill Hannah, but let's frame Hannah's boyfriend. Let's make it look like Corey Holdren did it. And once again, Billy said, no, that's not what we're doing. Once again, Billy's the one who created the plan. Jake went along with it. Angela went along with it. George had nothing to do with that plan. George had no motive, especially to kill who he considered his closest friends, Frankie Roden. You'll hear that Frankie Roden was one of George's closest friends. And Hannah Roden, you'll hear from many people, Hannah Roden was like a little sister to George. He had no reason to kill her. The last thing I want to tell you about is George is not like his mother, his father, or his brother. He's different from them. Sure, George was born into a family of con artists and thieves, but he never would have imagined that they would have committed crimes of violence. George disagreed with the way that his family lived their life. He disagreed with them so much he actually engaged in physical fistfights with his father. George disliked the way that family functioned so much, he was not part of them, that as soon as he could leave that home, as soon as he got his driver's license in 2006, when he was 16 years old, he left. He ran away. That's what the evidence will show. But George, like most 16-year-olds, couldn't make it at 16. And so, unfortunately, he had to come back home. Although he came back home, he took every opportunity with his new license, newfound freedom, and he avoided that home as much as he could. He wasn't there. Any opportunity that he could leave, he was gone. George ended up marrying a young girl who we've heard about. Her name is Tabby. Tabby come from a rough home. And George and Tabby had a child, and that child is George's world. It's a little boy. His name's Bullvine. Means everything to George. But, you know, they were too young. They got married too young, and eventually George and Tabby got a disillusion. But you know what the evidence is going to tell you? The evidence will tell you that Tabby's mother offered her money, offered to give her money to go hire an attorney. It was there. And Tabby said, no, I don't need an attorney. Tabby was given an agreement. It had everything spelled out about how this marriage would be dissolved, as well as custody of that little boy. Tabby reviewed it. She signed it. She went into a courtroom. She was questioned by a judge, is this what you want to do? And she agreed. Which brings me back. Remember, we talked about Special Agent Hageman. When he spoke, he told George, you're an outsider. And he is. I don't see you as this type of guy. In fact, there was another officer there, and that officer said, you did things the right way with your child. Talking about the court system. And that's how George is not like his family. George is an outsider. George does not go along with what his family does, and he didn't do it on that night. George is not guilty of murder. And we believe when you've heard all of the evidence, you will agree George had no part in this murder and that you'll find him not guilty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't promise that you'll always be done by 3:30, but, and sometimes we may go till 5 o'clock, but tonight's not one of those times. What you've heard so far in this case is not evidence. However, it's a good bit to process, and so it seems to me that it's a good, meaningful breaking point right now. So we'll be adjourning here for the day and having you come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You'll be going home, and so it's important. It's important at all times, but especially since you're going home, and there's a natural tendency to want to unload or curiosity on the part of other people and this kind of thing. But these admonitions that the court gives you are extremely important for a fair trial, so you need to adhere to these. Again, do not discuss this case with anyone. You're not permitted to have this case discussed with you by anyone or have it discussed in your presence by anyone. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You're not to do any research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law. You're not to view, listen to, or read any reports or any accounts at all concerning this case whatsoever, and that includes, of course, the internet, Facebook, any social media sites, radio, television, and newspapers. None of that. You're not to have any contact with any participants in the trial, including, of course, the attorneys, parties, and witnesses. Very important that you adhere to those. Does counsel have anything before we adjourn for the day?
Thank you, Judge.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Tomorrow morning, just a few minutes before 9, 5 minutes before 9 or so, please assemble at the jury room. You'll be brought up from there by court personnel to begin the second day here. And so thank you all for your time. Do take your badges with you. Try to remember to put them on tomorrow morning. If you know what car you're driving, it might be a good idea to leave them in your car. Leave your notepads, however, here on the seats. All right. With that, we are adjourned till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.